Hi. If you hold on for a second, you may notice that the stream is happening approximately 2 hours earlier than usual. That's because I'm kind of on a very awkwardly strict schedule here. So please excuse me as everything is mildly broken. It's been a while. Okay, test 1. We good? Test 2, somebody say something in the chat. Okay, we're good. Test 3. Alright, I think we're in business. Hello and welcome. It has been so long. Winter break is over. Time to get back to class. Welcome to Kerbal Space Program Without a Map. We're currently following one of the geostationary, or at least geosynchronous satellites orbiting Kerbin that is one of the backbones of our network of satellite communication to the greater system. Let's get some music. There we go. I don't remember all my settings, so I don't remember what level the audio should be at. I'm gonna give an approximate 35% and hope that's good enough. If it sounds anomalously loud or quiet, whatever. Yeah, we're gonna have our work cut out for us because it has been months. And we left off on a pretty bad note. We failed to get to both Moho and Dres in a single stream, due to a combination of lack of patience and lack of fuel, not necessarily in that order. To make matters worse, the strict budget means that I'm gonna have to end this stream with a hard deadline. So I can't really commit to a hyper long mission. So I think today we're gonna have to just sort of go back through the paces, make sure we know what the heck we're doing, and then do stuff. So, back to the Space Center. I think to start off, just to get back into it, just to relearn, make sure we're on track to understand what the heck is going on, I want to do a min-miss mission. Get me out of this menu. Thank you. We'll just send a probe to Minmus. Maybe we'll get some science out of it. We'll just, confirm we know what we're doing. And then we'll go back to pushing the envelope. To start off, let's just get ourselves a lovely little ship. I don't exactly remember, and I never gave any of these darn things good names. Descriptive names, at least ones that I wouldn't have forgotten already. So we'll have to look at them in the VAB. See if we can't find a decent min-miss going probe and go from there. That's just the way of it. I want to pick one of our more modern designs, simply because I expect it to be extremely overbuilt, and what do you know? That's looking pretty overbuilt, if you ask me. Alright, this'll do. Let's just send this to Minmus as a complete sanity check. Sometimes you're gone for a long time, you just gotta get a little bit of a training refresher. And I'm sure that once we're through this and it all goes well, we will be back in business and ready to push the envelope. Fortunately, thanks to the Polar Bungle, we pretty much have the astrometric data we need to go to any of the other planets. The only one that hasn't been refined through practice is, well, Jewel and Elu, for logical reasons. Alright. Re-entry into the space program in 3, 2, 1, launch! We are away. It's good to be back. The astrometric expedition is in a tough place right now. Not to say that any particular part of our program has been easy to accomplish, but it only gets harder from here. It's getting to the point where failure is very much more likely than success on some of our pioneering missions, as evidenced by the complete lack of success in the last stream, and then the fact that the program was closed for several months. But we're back. I'm going to try and make this a scheduled regular thing, especially because this is the last stream series that is stuck on using Windows architecture. Once we're through this, I don't have to worry about maintaining it. I can go strictly to Linux, and then we can do Linux stuff. Aside from the Fight Club, of course. For my ability to pilot this craft, I feel like maybe I'm going to lose some fuel efficiency due to my lack of memory. But I think my instincts are generally good enough that it won't be too much of a problem. Mission! Departure. Set and proceed. Gonna bolt up to about 2 kilometers per second and then start doing some numbers. Feels like we're gonna be overshooting the low orbit. We might go into the 6 digits. All well though. Should be good enough. We're probably good to jettison the fairing as well. Good, I remember how to do that. This is... Ah, yes, we've gone past solar technology. We have RTGs now. Good job, past self. We really got the tech to do the heck. So stick to prograde, just prepare that. Slowly drift our way up and then just sort of remember how this whole system works here. Because we got to figure that out. So we got our system, we put in the altitudes here, we got target, right? I've cleaned this up nicely. Very good, very good. Happy about that. And we have very much indeed overshot clean low orbit, but not by so much that it's a problem. Anything below 150 can be considered a pretty good success. It looks like this one's not even going to cut over 100. Alright, get ready to pause in now. Okay, let's do it. Our first calculation in oh so long. Nothing too complicated here. 94789. How about we go to around 9500? 94789. Yeah, okay. To a classic 95,000. Target velocity is 2253.6. We can do that. All right, good enough. I am generally satisfied with this result. Okay, so next up we need to align with Minmus somehow. And then go there. I think I have the relevant data written down in the system somewhere. Yeah, okay. Fortunately, I have this written down specifically for the intent of Minmus. Go to low orbit, get Minmus negative 30 degrees below prograde. By the target radius 47 million, you will likely overshoot. 0 ascent at 47 million and circularize, get Minmus angle different. Make a phase alignment burn, circularize, repeat 5 to 7 as needed. Gotcha. Okay. We can definitely do that. So first off, negative 30 degrees. First off, where is Minmus? Minmus is squarely behind us. I think best way to go about this would be to rotate ourselves manually towards where Minmus will be, and then wait until the ship is at negative 30 prograde. Little clever relativity trick there. Little time warp rotation trick there. Okay, that's looking good. Let's hold attitude here. And then wait until we're negative 30 prograde. Should not be that long, especially when we can accelerate time. Minmus will move while we're moving, and that's fine. It won't be much. Well within our bounds of error. Interesting. We should be able to maybe almost see Minmus over the horizon. Okay, we're at negative 30. Is Minmus at negative 30? Basically. We're a little bit in front of it, and that's okay. So, we're going to go prograde, and now we need to type in the options for our maneuver here. We're at about 92648, which is lower than I was expecting. And we want to go to 47 million target radius. Target velocity will be 3168.5. We basically want to launch immediately. So let's launch immediately. (3168.5). Great. Now we want to slowly follow the orbit up until we get to 47 million ourselves, and then circularize. So watch that altimeter. That Minmus there, that's Jewel. Where's Minmus? Can't see it over all the darkness. Got it? That's Elu. That's... What is... Oh, I think that's just a star. It'll be 30 degrees below us somewhere. There are too many normal things. I'm looking. Okay, it's directly in front of us. It was behind the rocket. Too dark for me to see, at least. Maybe you have better luck. Or better vision. and we're looking for 47. As for where we choose to go on Minmus, I'm not entirely decided. Oh, here it is. The 30-degree mark was very good. We're basically there. Okay, here's 47 million. And to confirm on the data, Minmus's radius, semi-major axis is 47 million, and that would be in radius. So calculating that to we would subtract 600,000 off that, which means we're gonna be a little high. That's okay. With Kerbin's radius of 600,000, the proper number would be something like 464. In terms of SOI, I think that's still fine. Let's just circularize here, or better yet, make the other side of the orbit the proper intended radius. So that would mean we are currently at 46928,000. We want to get to a radius of 47 million. Target velocity is 271.7. The ship isn't really designed to make quick turns. It's meant for interplanetary space. And interplanetary space is expected to take a long time to do stuff in. It's not really designed for a moon mission. The timescales involved are a bit faster than this thing is intended to work in. Especially for the nerve stage. The reminder, target velocity is 271.7. Come on, RCF. Reverse our thrust. Okay, we're good. So now, we can go to the other side of the orbit and then orient ourselves there. And we can watch Minmus all the while. Seems like we overshot, which is a weird problem to have. Minmus is right there. But I think if we circularize here, it'll be okay. While the ship is spinning, we're at 46335. Target velocity is 274.3. Oh, we actually want to slow down. Right, because we overshot initially. That makes sense. Doesn't mean I have to wait for the ship to spin over again. Gotta regain my bearings on all this. Where's Minmus right now relative to us? Mostly behind us. The moment I do this circularization burn, I'm gonna wait till we are on the same orbital plane as Minmus to an extent. .274.3. Okay. Now, I'm gonna wait until Minmus is on our level. Wild shame that the sun is in front of us. So we are going... There's Kerbin. Minmus is behind us. So if Minmus is behind us, we want to synchronize with prograde. So once again, flip the ship around a 360-degree rotation because I cannot predict or preempt these properly. And then we want our phase aligner. So we are currently at 46395. We know the radius of Kerbin is 600,000. So I'm just going to put in 46995. The change in pitch for Minmus, and this is a little awkward because we're facing the opposite direction, but we can just invert these numbers as we do them. So if it's below us, we want to pitch up. I would put that at a solid 5 degrees. Orbits to phase. We could do 2 orbits just to be absolutely safe. And we want apoapsis. So our target apoapsis would be 478-63275. Let's put that in here. This should be a 9 now. Target velocity is 275.3. All right. Here we go. Okay. So now in 2 orbits, we should get to Minmus. It might happen in 1. The SOI is fairly large, and we're already fairly close. Let's wait for it. Before I forget, I want to go to free camera angle so that we can sort of watch it relative to our movement. Okay, that's one. One more to go. This is looking like a good encounter. Wait for the nav ball to go weird. That's a weird. That's official weirdness. Hello and welcome. Where'd I put my planet? Welcome to Minmus. Population 0 currently. We are still descending towards Minmus. I sincerely doubt we're on a collision course, just statistically. I'm not that accurate. But I'm waiting till Periapsis, which is just about now. Okay, splendid. So here's the objective. We're just gonna... I don't exactly remember what locations we have and have not been to for Minmus. We could go back to the... Actually, we could totally do this. Hold on. There's my curb net. There's my curb net. Okay. Whoa! An anomaly! We are detecting an anomaly. Right on the horizon. Okay, okay. I am not familiar with like full anomaly technology, so like this is a big deal. The question is, which way are we going? We're heading away from it. Okay, reverse course. That was a complete just sort of, hey, start going backwards. Okay. Okay, so it seems like on this map, it equates forward with north. Which means if we want to... Let me see if I understand this right. Orient ourselves so that up is up. So if I were to describe this relative positioning, I would probably say it is 45 degrees to our left, which would put us at here, just about. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to our normal vector, and I'm going to spin our orbit until the anomaly is positioned at our relative to forward on the CurbNet map. Didn't expect this to turn into an anomaly survey, but you know, we're here, we may as well. It is something to do. As expected, this is rotating the anomaly towards due north on the CurbNet map. Okay. From here, we want to actually get into a proper circularization instead of just winging it with apoapsis and periapsis. So, let's get our numbers here. We are at min-miss. Our altitude is 468,857. And we probably want to circularize. Target velocity is 57.8, which coincidentally is pretty close to what we're at already. In fact, I was under the impression that we would be going too fast to begin with, but this is fine. So fine, in fact, I want to lower our orbit. How about we go down to, let's say, 200,000? Just as a safe marker. Target velocity, 46.9. Okay. Overdid it a little bit. How much? Okay, we have plenty of monopropellant. So I can correct this. If I got 1 meter per second of delta V in the tank, this will be fine. That said, going like too far is fine. If there's a collision, it would be on the other side of the planet, and we only need to go halfway, according to the CurbNet map. So let's just coast forward and descend, and see what happens. Strangely, it appears that our anomaly is rotating. Maybe this is because of the nature of Min-Miss's rotation. We are time warped pretty fast. Okay, we have plenty of fuel on board. If we need to continually correct the anomaly's position on the map, that's fine. We would just head to our normal vector and keep spinning. Just keep the anomaly north. Provided I'm right about the whole north is forward thing. Could be wrong. There we are. And we go back to time warp. Let's try and preempt it this time. If we know that it's going to turn counterclockwise, then how's about we put the anomaly even further to the northeast? That seems like a good scheme. We've been gaining velocity because we've been trailing our normal vector, which means we're going to put some of that into forward. So we'll have to slow down eventually. See if we can't start marking the relative features we're seeing. Whoa, 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 whoa. The anomaly is gone. Did we lose it? We can't have lost it. the anomaly is missing. There are only two things that make logical sense to me. Maybe we've descended so far that the anomaly is no longer on the horizon, or somehow the anomaly was in space. I'm just gonna boost our orbit real fast, see if we can't get the anomaly back on radar. I think we lost it. Okay, so new plan. Let's just go cancel all of our shenanigans and just get into like a reasonably low but still kind of high polar orbit and look for it. I didn't think to sort of like pinpoint its position on the map with coordinates because I didn't think I tracked them, but I could use the map itself to give me the numbers. I realize that now. We got obscenely lucky and we wasted it. Okay, so 128,000 altitude. Let's just circularize and go from there. More specifically, 128902. Target velocity is 96.7. Okay. Well, as expected, we definitely want to slow down. $96.7. We're there. Okay, let's just do some orbits, map refreshes, see if we can't find the anomaly again. So to confirm, it does seem that up is forward. Oh! We see something. Okay. We're looking at 4 degrees 21 south, 118 degrees 25 west. So my immediate idea... Okay, so what is that? That's the Minmus Lowlands. It's... Okay. Step 1, I'm just going to completely reverse our velocity. We're going 96.2 this way. I want to go 96.2 the other way. Just to get us closer. Remember, 4 degrees, 12 minutes south. 120 degrees west. So let's say 4 south, 120 west. Somebody remember that. Actually, while I'm here... So, we should now be vaguely aligned with the map itself. Up is north. Well, up is forward. So if that's that, I can see the flat right over there. So if I tilt myself this way, and fire. Okay. Now, forward should be dead ahead. Now all we need to do is sort of associate these positions. So what's strange about this is I'm looking at these and they're all saying lowlands, but these almost seem like large plateaus. But I guess it's lowland. The sides are midlands despite the fact that they seem lower. Just follow the anomaly best we can. Yeah, I'm seeing the outline of all this. And from what I can tell, it's here. Like right where the tip of the satellite dish is. It's about where I'm perceiving the anomaly. So, let's drop. Okay. We're going to follow and follow. Seems to me like we've lost a little bit too much lateral velocity. Boost. Pretty good, pretty good. Okay. We're a little bit past it. That's fine. Don't try and aim a thing. So we're a little bit past it in our velocity, but I'm hoping the orbit of the planet moon celestial object will help account for that. Yeah, this is our vector. Got it aligned with the map. It's still about where I'm putting the antenna. Now that we're close, so let's get a better number. Okay. 515, 120, 50. 5 south, 120 west. Low 5. Oh, wait, if it's like minutes and seconds, then wouldn't it be out of 60? Maybe. Yeah, that's definitely out of 60. So 515, 120, 50. Let's reverse our descent direction. We're getting too close that we can't see the particular features. So I'm going to actually switch from bio mode to altitude mode. That didn't really help. Personally, oh well. We know it's relative 515, 120, 50. As long as we know that, we'll be able to find it again. I'm trying to get my bearings. We're moving north, so this way. Yes, okay. Okay, we're getting pretty low, and our velocity is being given in surface mode. So I think that what we can do is that we can go over it, and we're low enough that the actual like planetary motion and stuff would be less of an impact. I think we can just zero our lateral velocity in surface mode, and then just slowly fall down. At least until the precision stops helping us for a bit. What? I like lost control of the ship for like a very, very short amount of time. Oh, probably because I'm accidentally putting inputs into the CurbNet map. My mistake. Okay, we want land altimeter. I wonder if we could see it. There's, I think I see something. It's vaguely in the right location, but that just might be a terrain feature. Wow, how good is our velocity? Like, the anomaly on the map has not moved. And now it's only moving because I'm increasing the field of view. I think we will want to start slowing down now. Five kilometers up. Where the heck is it? What the heck is it? Functionally, it's right below us. I still don't see it. 3 kilometers up. Oh. I think I see something. It's the like a particularly darker dot than the things I generally see around it. That's not shadow, that's object, maybe. I think I see it. There's hope. There's hope. I think we've got a lock on it. Okay, I'm starting to see some rocks and other terrain, but that was the first thing I saw. It must be large and important. $1,700. Okay, so that's one landing site. We had another landing site that was relatively closer, and it's this one. Right, Etosha. It's my shadow. That has to be it. Now, at this point, I'm wondering if I should maybe swap over to the proper landing stage. If I can land with this, I don't really see a problem in me landing with this. Heck, we could go off and do a mission to Moon if I so desired. There it is. I don't even know if this is the same anomaly we detected earlier, but it is an anomaly. We detected it, and I'm very happy about this fact. Behold! Okay, I thought about it, and I will indeed. I got an idea. So my intent with doing that is to launch that that stage just out, and like it'll slowly turn over and just like fall and be obliterated. Meanwhile, this stage can do finer maneuvering. It's RCS monopropellant stuff. So, goodbye to that one. Get to my target. Okay. So, let's land this thing. Other way, please. Turn off CurbNet, we can see it visually. Choice of engine might have been a bit overkill. I just want to get close to the thing. Hello, thing! This thing could use some better RCS. Okay, let's just get this thing on the ground. We'll orient ourselves and then just point towards it and do a little hop. There we are. Now, which way's our target? Perfect. Hello and welcome to the anomaly. We did it. Now, do we get special science at the anomaly? No. But it seems like we've never gotten stuff from the lowlands somehow. Cool. This just never happened. I see no... Okay, we have no dedicated electric charge, so I'm just gonna keep the science for now. We got gravity scan. We just didn't get temperature? That's a weird thing to have missed. That's not what I meant. Okay, we literally do not have enough battery to transmit science. This makes sense. This chip was more designed as a relay. So that is a pretty embarrassing technical flaw. Either way, we're here. So, question. I know that there are two types of monoliths in the game. One is the regular monoliths, like the one you see near the Space Center, and the other are green ones, which are placed procedurally. I can't tell if it's just like weird lighting, but this one seems green, which means this is not an anomaly that permanently exists. This is one that temporarily exists. Get a good picture of it. Take a good picture of anomaly. Can we move the sun to a better location, please? Apparently, no. Okay, sun's on that. This is pretty close to the solar equator, I guess, so that makes sense. Ooh, what if we go for like one of those weird shots that has like no sun? No, that looks not very good. Okay, best odds I think are like right close to sunrise or right close to sunset. I think that'll do. Pretty much what we had to start with, but it'll do. Wrong button. Okay, let's frame this. Let's get me out of the way. You out of the way as well. There we go. Me and the squad. Beautiful. Okay, so that's like canonically a success. We did it. We did a thing. Now, the temperature data, we're probably not going to be able to get back with this ship because I don't want to lose this location. It's like cool and important and has scientific significance. So, I'm simply going to rename this vessel to the... I guess this is a base. What should we name anomalies? We don't have a standard for this, I don't think. Mysterious. How about we call this the anomalous region node? Minmus. Or Arn. Okay. Great, back to the Space Center. Cool, we found ourselves an entire anomaly accidentally, thus justifying what was supposed to be a test mission. It's been an hour. Pretty good. Pretty good. So what do we do now? We've got some good systems going. I think maybe we should take another shot at an interplanetary mission. I'm thinking Driss. Because that one I think we can get to by sheer force of patience. Whereas Moho, there's a concern about actual proper... having enough fuel to change the inclination at such a low altitude to the sun. So, let's try and go to Driss. This will take a long time. It will be like tedious and boring, but that's okay. We'll do like road trip stuff. As for the ship we take, we could just take another dragster. It's probably what we sent to Drez in the first place and failed. Probably, yeah. What's the difference between it and Turbine? Oh, Turbine's a much lower class and was designed for atmospheric load. Yeah, okay, so... I do think the Dragster is our best shot. It's the best ship designed for this kind of interplanetary operation. Though, learning from our past mistakes, I am going to do a few things. One, I want to see if we got any stronger RCS ports on this thing. Oh, yeah, we do. Swapping those out immediately. Step 2, I want to add an RCS wheel. Two here. And I want to move some of the batteries up. We don't need a lot of electrical charge for any part of this ship. So just moving them up the deck a little bit, I think, is fine. And having less of them will help counteract the fact that I've just added an RCS wheel. All that good. I think I'm going to call this new vessel a strict upgrade. Okay. Time to do this. This will probably be the extent of this stream, simply because of how long it's going to take. I'm sure we'll find ways to pass the time. There's like people in chat. I trust that we're intelligent people. We can communicate. But once again, we are delving into the unknown. The purpose of this mission is to just prove it can be done, and then subsequently to get the parameters of duress to the best of our ability. The old survey. And then that'll be another celestial body under our belt. Okay. Duress mission take 2 in 3, 2, 1, launch. This time I'm maybe going too fast and turned too early. I think this is because I use my velocity to decide when I turn and not my altitude. I used up a lot more of the liquid fuel stage going into this. That explains the higher speed, obviously. Okay, we are at some pretty annoyingly mocked speeds. Stage. Love the cross. No way. Well, I think atmospheric effects are high, but I don't think it's actually a lot of drag. We're at 40 kilometers. That's not a bad altitude. But I do think I want to... Well, no, we're still ascending at a pretty good pace. Stop there. See what happens. It'll have to do. Good news is we're breaking atmosphere. Ditch the fairings. Lament how dark it is. Wait till Apo. I stand corrected. This is just about how the first launch went. Okay. 96056. We want to circularize that. Target velocity 2251.4. Doable. And being done. 2251.4. Okay, we overshot a little bit. I think that's fine for interplanetary work. Next step is to sort of blindly launch ourselves in a good direction. I would love to be able to see the sun so I can get my bearings. There we are. Okay, so in accordance with the general sense that we are going to be going into deeper planetary space, I want to launch us on the dark side of Kerbin. I was about to say dark side of the sun. When the sun is down. Keep myself oriented to the sun. We know vaguely where it is. And this will have to do. Okay. So, given our current parameters, we want to go to Duna. Now we kick up the fancy stuff. Welcome to our escape calculator. We are going from Kerbin to Dres. It's going to give us a value of an escape velocity of 2087 as our excess. Escape velocity is based on what our current altitude is, and it is 93679. At Kerbin. We want 3176 to be put here. We are going to be going prograde because we are going to be going towards the outer system. We want to raise our orbit higher than Kerbin's. So all this makes nice, sane sense to me. In fact, this isn't even something we put in. It's just telling us which way to go because of excess being a positive number. But all this makes sense to me. Target velocity is 3801.05, which for our case would be 3801.1. To be launched pretty much immediately. Let's begin. We don't have a good sense of the phase that we want to dress in, and I'm not really accounting for it. I just want to get out there. Firing now. Target 3801.1. We have the Delta V40 in this stage, which is good. It means we can use the orbital stage purely for tracking and rendezvous. 32, 33, 4, 35, 36, 37, 38. Pretty good. And now we zoom. Where'd the sun at? There's the sun at. Hello and welcome to the ethereal and very dark expanse of space. Now, the moment we hit interplanetary, we'll see our new velocity and see how close we are to what we want. We wanted an excess of 2087 over Kerbin's velocity. Actually, we'll know by our excess in leaving. If it's around 2087, yeah. If it's 2087 when we leave the SOI, we're on track. Question will be our particular... Okay, we're 10 meters per second over, that's fine. Probably still a reasonable ballpark, and we're going a bit down, so we were a bit too late in our burn, is what those numbers are telling us. We should have done it a bit earlier, less towards midnight, is what I mean. Our position. Okay, now we're gonna fly up. Actually, before we commit, let's get our data that we have on Dress prepared. So Dress is, by our estimates, has a semi-major axis of 40.8. Interesting. I can see some scratch numbers down here, but I don't remember the context. That's fine. 40.8 will work with that. In fact, those numbers might still be in the sun. Yeah. These are looking like sun numbers. And with the sun having a radius of about 200 million, this discrepancy between 40.8 and 40.5 makes sense. Good stuff. Ultimately, that means we want to wait until our altitude is approximately 40 billion. 40.5 billion. Apologies, hold on. I have accidentally done a technical error on my side. I have corrected the technical error. You don't need to know what the technical error was. I will tell you anyway for levity. I accidentally opened Discord. Had to close it again. Okay, so 40.5 billion is our altitude to hit. We are at about 13. Off we go. While we get up there, where is Dress right now? Is it in a good position? Is it in a bad position? It's in... well, it's in front of us. How much we can be sure of. Very much below the orbital plane. I can no longer see Dress in the mess of other debris and stuff. But actually, we can filter those out. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Alright, wrong that I am. We will simply have to do this by... clever rotation. There we go. We're going that way. I should really get rid of some of this. But before that, let's get to our actual destination. And not experience obscene amounts of lens flare. Target was 40.5, so we're getting there. And it looks like we're a little bit short. Okay, so what do we do about this? Our target was basically 40.5 billion. Maybe 40.565. And we're too low. We could circle back around to the bottom of the orbit and see how that does, but before we do that, I want to see our phase. Going to calculate that real quick, because if it's a good phase, we can simply not raise our orbit right now and then try and slingshot around to the other side. Use this orbit not only to find Dres, but get closer to Dres. Okay, looking pretty much at line. Let us descend. Stop. Okay, Dresden is about 70 degrees in front of us. That is not good. But let's say that's just how it was. Let's see, 70 degrees in front, orbit to phase 1. Our radius right now is... well, we're going to have to do this by the planet comparison. 39653 million. Corrected radius is a lot closer to 39914. So it wants us to target a periapsis of 17573. Now, if we do this, at our current altitude of 39653 million, it wants us to have a target velocity of 4237.5, which is pretty close to what we have already. Which is kind of the point. So what if we just did that? Don't circularize yet. Take this opportunity to do the alignment. It won't be a perfect alignment because our apoapsis is not in the right spot. In all likelihood, we're going to overshoot. But that's okay. I think it's close enough. So... target velocity is 4237.5. Let's do it. You know, it's just about enough that this stage will have it, and then this stage will be done. And that'll be fine. Four two three 7.5 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 5. I didn't expect us to have that much oomph. Oops. I was worried about our, like, maintaining our apoapsis. I didn't realize we would just, like, blast through that number immediately. I will correct this. 4237.5. That will pretty much empty this stage. Okay, stage. Man, I'm getting my numbers way wrong. 4237.5, not 4235.5. Not to say that this orbit isn't completely sloppily constructed. Okay, so here's my plan. We're going to go to periapsis, and then we're going to raise our apoapsis to a lot closer to where we expect us to be. So let's do that. I know that this is a very approximate, broad phase step. That's fine. It's expected. And we got some time. So, how are you doing? How's the rest of the command station crew? I don't know how to refer to you in the context of this. Are you Houston? Am I Houston? Are you Canaveral? Are you Vandenberg? I think you're probably the press. You're the people I talk to in the press conference, and you're the ones that, like, go out and... Okay, in the metaphorical context of you, like, clipping a thing and then showing it to other people, you're the media who are following the rocket. You can be the person who's secretly playing Neopets on the work computer, that's fine. You're allowed to be that. about to hit periapsis. Okay. Now I can run some numbers here. So, there's a lot of work that you need to put into making sure a rocket happens. It's like a whole team that's just dedicated to making sure the launch goes smoothly. And then there are all the jobs that are like launch independent. It takes a village to launch a rocket. Okay, I got distracted from my numbers. 17312 million is our altitude. And we want to hit a radius of nominally Dres's orbit. So we'll just flat out take this number, put it in there. Target velocity is 9657.6. I mean, overall it's stressful, but that's why they got so many people on it. The stress becomes diluted when you have a large workforce. You got one person whose job is to focus on one thing and one thing only. And that's their thing. In fact, they gotta they gotta have one person in charge of actually talking to the crew on the ship. Nobody else is allowed to talk to them. You want to say something to the crew on the ship, you got to tell the guy who talks to the crew on the ship that you want to tell them something. Okay, so 9657.6. A small adjustment. Oh, I don't know if I showed you the numbers. I put the numbers in. They're in the top right. Target velocity is 9657.6. So I'm going to go to 9657.6. Not much of an adjustment, but that's to be expected. Great. I don't know the particulars because I've never launched a NASA rocket, but like I believe that the communication's very segmented. You have individual teams, and the teams have the individual person who like communicates and conveys the information and status and stuff. And like most communications, like within the team, and then it's like coalesced into the like the flight lead. Like, it's all very smart and well organized. As for me, I gotta do all this stuff myself. I gotta calculate my orbits, I gotta set up the maneuvers, I gotta do the maneuvers. This should be at least like a 5-person team. Get the rest of it on board. Give us all the spreadsheet. I guess they don't get newspapers up in orbit. That's an important thing to do. I think that would also be in charge, like that would be the responsibility of the guy who talks to the team. So you'd also have to just generally be the general communicator, which I think is flight. I don't know what they call it at any particular point in history. Capcom, maybe? I don't remember. Not the funnies. How are they supposed to read the latest Garfield comic? Back to the mission for a second. So we just raised our orbit. We need to now go to Apoapsis to see how it is and see where Dres is relative to it. Now, at some point, we are going to have to circularize, but I kind of want to stall that for as long as possible, simply because we don't have all the fuel in the universe to be doing this. The Delta V budget is very strict. I know it's a lot worse for Moho, but Dress still has one. Oh man, I can kind of see the glint of the individual moons of Jewel eclipsing it slightly. That's fun to see. I wonder if we're at a good position that we could turn this into a Jewel mission. That's a terrible idea, and I'm not going to, but I'm curious about the math. Would have been better to go direct from Kerbin, given the periapsis we have now, but that's not really the point. Okay, enough listening to sick jams. We are about to hit our destination. Okay, we got a lot of work to do at this position. Current altitude is 40565, which coincidentally is the number I remember seeing. Maybe. So I think we are pretty good on the mark here. So next question, and something we need to answer immediately, is where is Dress? Asilu, where's Dress? Dress. We should have aligned this pretty okay that Dress should be nearby. My main concern is that we're going to be somewhere in the epicycle, and Dress could be anywhere. We just have to take some time to look for it. So Elu is there. Jewel is there. Dragsters. It'll be annoying if it's below us. It will be hidden well in the giant cluster of debris and probes that we've launched in the past. And yet I don't see it. Okay, the next possibility is that it is somewhere like above or below us because it is in a slightly polar orbit. So I'm now going to spin along the polar axis to just sort of see if it's... Oh, I thought... There we go. Okay. The rest is unfortunately very much off of the orbital plane. This was to be expected, though. I can't tell. I think we have no choice but to circularize. Prep prograde. Okay. We did a relatively okay phase alignment. I am going to assume we are in the epicycle now. 40565 altitude. Let's circularize here. 40565 million. Circularize, please. Target velocity is 5358.6. Current velocity is... Oh, boy, we gotta work it out for us. Okay. Time to burn. $5358.6. We are going to be on fire for quite a while now. But once we do this, we're going to be in a good position. So, in the meantime, we got more talking to do. Once we get to the epicycle step, things get messy. And like, functionally, we can shift our orbit using the phase aligner to just like slowly inch over to where we think we should be. I think I want to take one orbit just to sort of refine, make sure that we are on its nominal SMA. And then from there, we'll correct things. But this orbit that we're going to be going into now is close enough that the adjustments that we'll need to make will be minor. But we need to see if we're in the epicycle first. And we can't really do that without circularizing safely. It's a little faster than I was expecting. That's good. Those 4 nerve engines are doing their job. And they look pretty. As a reminder, our target is 5358.6. Oh, we're in the 5,000s now. Look for 5358.6. I'm not looking at this anymore, so I'll have to re-find it in the soup. It seems to be vaguely forward and below us. We did it. Okay. Now we got to do some work here. I'm in locked camera right now. I'm going to do one complete orbit. We're going to see if Dress moves from its current position in that one complete orbit. Complete orbit, engage in 3, 2, 1, go. We expect it to come around in a little bit of a while, so for now we just gotta wait. Can't really do anything in the meantime. Just have to wait for it to come back around. Wait for us to go around a whole orbit, and we'll get a general vibe sense of it. Just about at quarter rotation, so take the amount of time it took for me to start to now, and then multiply that by 3, and how much time... That's how much time is remaining. I apologize for language. Lack thereof, mostly. I guess here's a little bit of a fun fact on the situation. In about 2 minutes would be the time that I usually start streaming. Which implies to me that it's been about 2 hours so far now. If you're wondering what, like, crazy strict time constraint I'm working with, there is a... Well, first off, I have to start the Fight Club at some point. Second, though, is that after the Fight Club, there is a tournament that I want to make sure the Fight Club ends before, just for the convenience of anyone participating. I've been trying to do this a bit with the RFC and the lobby. So in 28 hours, as far as I understand it, I may have forgotten the exact time, but something like that, there is a tournament, and I want to make sure that anyone who's participating in the lobby can have their lobby time, maybe practice in the lobby, and then lobby ends, this tournament begins, everyone's celebrating. And in order to do that, I needed to move this stream earlier, slightly, in order to make sure, because these streams tend to go long, because operating a space is fun and enjoyable and takes a lot of time, I had to make sure that this stream was given enough space to breathe. A lot of coordinating you gotta do when you're coordinating things. Commitment is a weird motivation. I feel like I'm the kind of person who only does stuff if it isn't too much of a hassle for me to do it. This leads to me not doing many things. So things like responsibility and commitment and stuff are scary, because I'm not going to feel good about doing a stream or participating in a thing if I don't feel up to it at the time. But once you have like duty and obligation, then you're stuck doing it, and that's scary. But I'm trying to get some of those to sort of become better at it. I have the Fight Club, I got to do that every week, and I'm doing it even if it's not the most convenient thing for me to do, because I'm stuck not doing things for an entire day. because I got to dedicate all the power and processing to doing the Fight Club. And I'm trying to get this stream series of KSP Mapless going at a good pace because I need to finish it at some point, because it's the one thing standing in the way of making the Linux the Linuxification more complete. That all of my streams, my normal standard streams, can happen on the Linux side of things. And that the only thing that's being done on Windows is the Fight Club, because I cannot get the bot working on the Linux side of things. I might have to change distros if I want to get it working on the Linux side of things. We are nearing the end of our orbit. About 45 degrees remaining. And I'm very curious to see where this appears. Vaguely speaking, the options are above or below its previous position. I think I see Dress arriving from vaguely the targeting zone, like from the nav ball heading towards the northwest, or just up and to the left. So we shall see. Text should appear on screen soon. There it is. Okay, you know what? It was pretty good. It was pretty good. It was pretty on point. I think we're slightly... If we're looking forward and it's slightly below where it was before, that would imply that it is faster than us. Which means our altitude is a little too high. That's okay, though. Let's start working with this. Next question. Stop our speed. What's its phase currently? According to this, the phase is... Oh, we're upside down. Oh, we're upside down. That changes things. That might mean we're faster than it. Okay. Not important. What's important is that it's currently above us, which is completely unusable for the system. We need to go to, I think orbital cam is the one for this. I need to know if we're in the epicycle. And to check if we're in the epicycle, we need to follow Drez around for another orbit. Kind of just necessary. Actually, because we're in a circular orbit, it doesn't really matter where we are. Orbital's not the correct cam. I think we want free cam. Yeah, this looks correct. Okay. So is Dress circling us? So far, it's looking like, yeah. Question will be if it subsequently goes below us. Now, I don't have a good way of sort of measuring the epicycle, but the fact that we're in it means that we're vaguely on target. Without proper range information, we can't really refine this further. What's that? There's something below Dress that's also moving against the star. Oh, that might just be the stars, actually. Yeah, they're both moving. Okay. Point is, we follow Dress around, and it is circling us. There should be a point where it goes under the sun and back up, which will prove to us that yes, we are in the epicycle. So far, so good on that. There's sun, there's sun. It's a while to get to sun, but we're going to get to sun. So I'm trying to think about it, and there's got to be some geometry that we can exploit here. To at least sort of constrain and then experiment on the eccentricity of Dress. Or any of the planets, really. Trying to think about it. Also, this is like we are absolutely in the epicycle right now. Because right about here, ignoring the difference in inclination, right now we are in a circular orbit, and Dress is like collinear in between us and the sun. In an ideal world, this could be where Dress's periapsis is. And allow me to just sort of sketch this with mild insanity, if you please. Clearly wrote something here. Gonna get rid of that. Okay, so this is what I'm thinking. I don't have the math to corroborate any of this, but here's where my mind is minding. So here's the sun. Here's us. And here's Dress. We are in what I will very poorly call a perfect circle. Dress is in an elliptical orbit, but one with the same semi-major axis as us. which means that in its orbit... Hold on, I'm going to make this thinner. That'll be good enough. This distance and this distance are the exact same. Now, this is only on the assumption that Dress is in the periapsis right now. It's very likely that it could be off to the side a little bit. Well, really anywhere between here and here. Like we're somewhere in this cone. And I'm just wondering if there is some like metric of eccentricity that we could say, okay, if we modify our orbit in a way such that at this crossing point we can see if Dress is in front of or behind us. No, it would always be in front of us because of the fact that we're going fast or slower while it's going under us. But maybe we could like find that point, or at least assume that point and check the phase at that point, because at that point we would be theoretically at the same altitude. And then we could adjust the phase there to get an encounter. Or alternatively, use that phase and other measurements to sort of pin down the eccentricity that Dress has. I don't know. And the fact that we can't guarantee that we're above at periapsis right now means that that's another factor. And I think that this might be a dead end. Unless we do something sneaky. Like, we are at this point, if we change our orbit and then come back to this position, Dress will have moved some angle away from directly below us. And we could use that to determine I don't know. I don't think I have a concrete idea here. Which is unfortunate. I think what we can do is from here point along the tangent line, which is say pro or retrograde, doesn't matter which, and then wait until, assuming we're still in pre-cam, wait until Dress reaches this elevation of our vision. I should close that. Once we get here, and Dress will be at a certain elevation, if we assume Dress is like arbitrarily close enough, this would be where Dress and us have the same altitude. But like, that's a degenerate circumstance. Okay, I've accidentally got me into a chicken and egg problem. I want to know when Dress is at the same altitude as us, so that I can determine the phase and therefore our distance to that point. Then we can put ourselves at that point and adjust our orbit freely until we encounter Dress on that line. So But, like, the problem with that is that we'd have to know where Dress is at the same altitude as us. And that would be decided by it having the correct phase at the correct distance, but we don't know the distance, so we don't know the phase, so we don't know where to do the phase, so we don't know where the distance is. Oops. So where does that leave us? It leaves us trying to blindly find the edge of the epicycle. Which that, at the very least, we can do. We don't need to calculate it, we just need to guess. Where's Dress right now? It's right below us is where it is. As per the thing I just did. Hold on, I need to reset my heading. We get something that's vaguely tangent. And so long as we don't reorient our vision, it will stay tangent because we're on a circle. Tricky bit is Dress is not so aligned to our plane. So it'll be off to our side when it flies by. Lots of factors and considerations, huh? It's taking a lot longer to get to this point than I was expecting. Oh, there it is. We see it. So, things we know right now. We know we're in the epicycle. We saw it happen. Which means our next goal is to reach an edge of the epicycle. Or at least that's a goal. Another goal would be fixing our inclination. Something we might have preferred doing earlier. But is also something we can work to do now. I'm going to arbitrarily burn for, let's say, a minute. Maybe like 45 seconds. Using my stream timer to figure out the exact amount because we're currently on MET. So in the interest of 45 seconds, that would be about now. Now go back to retrograde, get our heading. Let's see what the rest does. Definitely seems like it's moving in its inclination less. That's a good thing. just about here. Just about here, Dres is on the tangent line. In an ideal world, this would equate to same altitude, but that would only work if we were literally in the same position. I'm going to do a 30-second burn. I'll do 20-second burn to do more inclination now. Okay, ignoring that, we now need to get closer to Dres. In a sort of vague and nondescript way where we don't know the distances involved. But we do have a tool to make this a little simpler. Because we can effectively chart this out using the phase angle to say what step we want. So, given our altitude of 40571 million, and we want to get closer, and it is in front of us, so we want to be going prograde, so we want to lower our periapsis. Oh, no, it's sorry. So the pitch down we're going to be putting in here is going to be fake. We are going to be putting in how many degrees forward we want to relatively move, air quotes. And this is going to require us to sort of like make a good guess on how distant it is. I'm going to go for the extreme case of 5 degrees. So our targeted periapsis is going to be this, and our current altitude is, as described before, 40571. So our target velocity is 5307.1. That is doable. Let's try it. So the idea here is that Dres is in front of us, and we want to know if, by the time we get back here, if Dres is still in front of us. If it is, we can just coast. If it isn't, we know we've gone too far, but we also know that we're within 5 degrees of the whole orbital plane from Dres. And I think this is our new methodology here. So, proceed. We're going to do one full orbit, and then we're just going to look and see if Dres is forward of us. Pretty good. Pretty good. I think we have a tactic here. We're not going to be able to like perfectly calculate its position and stuff, but I'm pretty sure we can Newton's method it down like we've done before. And you know, if we go too far, we do binary search, slap ourselves into retro, but at half the angle, like maybe 2.5. And then if we find that Dres like doesn't move in the direction we want, like it's going the wrong way from what we expect, that will tell us to sort of drift based on our true altitude to Dres's semi-major axis. So, like, there's options here. We got options. There's options. Part of me would love to do the blueprint standard of drawing a doodle while going about this, but things in this are so time sensitive that I do not feel confident we have the time to do so. Which means that I have to resort to the one thing that I can do as a free action, which is talk. Maybe I could, like, figure out the orbital period and then calculate the exact timer and then have, like, a countdown timer going, but that's a little redundant. Also, my methodology here isn't really exactly perfect because we're not going to be 5 degrees forward. We're going into a lower orbit that would make the phase 5 degrees different. It's not perfectly how this works. But it is at least a measurable aspect. It's a data to be input that roughly correlates to orbital distances in, like, degrees. So orbital angles. And with that, we have a metric we can control and do a binary markdown with. Now, granted, the true intersection point between us and Des is going to be at a different position than where we are. So at the end of this, we would expect Des to be, like, perfectly above or below us. The way we get around that is to repeatedly circularize and adjust the position we're doing this process at. And that's going to cost more fuel. Especially considering 5-degree adjustments are taking 50 meters per second to do an adjustment. But that's the worst case scenario. It can only get cheaper from here. I just realized I forgot to set myself live on things. Oh well. It's not a big deal. This is not metaphorically leaving the oven on. I think the fear and the concern of having left an oven on lowers if you have an electric oven. Because I imagine the problem of leaving an oven on... Well, okay. I mean, I guess you're heating it up and it's wasting money and stuff, but I assume the threat is that you start a fire. And that's, I think, more likely with, like, a gas oven. Electric oven is just basically a really, really inefficient radiator. Well, okay, inefficient in the cube, but, like, not inefficient outside of the oven's container area. Excess load on the insulation might cause, like, thermal damage. The oven itself might heat up and be warm to the touch, and maybe that'll heat something up and start a fire if you got, like, a wooden spoon on it. I don't know. I don't really know the inner mechanisms of an entire oven. I'm just sort of speculating. I see some moments occasionally where we lose control of the probe, and I assume those correspond to some sort of, like, sun-Kerbin eclipse. This is the song that reminds me of Trojan Green Asteroid. So I feel like I may have gone overboard doing 5 degrees. We will see what happens. Yeah, it's entirely possible that I could just not do the entire mission in one stream. As long as I keep my notes tidy and good, we can just resume. But I'd have to leave some real good notes for my future self. Then again, I have the whole stream recorded and broadcasted, so I could just watch the stream. I don't really watch my own streams. Okay, we are approaching Periapsis, and now the question is Dres in front of us? The answer is yes. Yes, it is. That's good intel, and it implies to me that we can just do another orbit. So good to know, this 5-degree alteration has not caused a problem. Apparently 5 degrees was not overkill. So we go again. It's entirely possible that I'm doing this from the wrong direction. I should try going to the other edge of the cycle. Maybe it's closer. That's all fine. We'll keep going at this 5-degree pace until Dres is behind us. Then we'll swap to doing like 2 degrees backwards, and then just binary search our way down. At some point, we will need to readjust and find a location that is closer to the actual same altitude point. So we will need to move ourselves forward eventually. Actually, technically, no, we don't. If we got the inclination fine, we'll collide at some point on the orbit by doing a binary narrowing. That said, I'm not convinced that we have the inclination down pat. I feel a little bit more confident in our success than I did last time. Last time, I got impatient. I just started doing weird, dumb burns. Not wise. I hope that my calculator accounts for fractional degrees. There's no reason it shouldn't. It's not like I deliberately intended to use it for integer numbers. But I just think that in the final steps, we may need to go lower than 1 degree of alteration. thinking about it, I could theoretically move the camera, because what only matters is if it's in front of or behind us when we are at retrograde with how we're aligning this. But I'm hesitant to do that. If we could look around and get more information, like maybe... It might be more important to do this when we're closer to an exact collision with Chris and its shenanigans, because we want to make sure that we don't accidentally just zip by it when we enter its SOI. Hello, yes, KSP and Excels are working as they normally did because I am doing this on Windows. This is the last stream series that kind of relies on it being on Windows, and I'm just doing it on Windows until I'm finished with it. Which is why I'm trying to finish it. I assume you didn't see the Discord announcement message then. It wasn't really an announcement, I put it in general. Fair enough. It's not like I can completely ditch Windows anyway. I need it for the RFC, which will be starting in a few hours after this stream. If you need a recap on what's going on, we're trying to get to Dres. We're currently in a vaguely circular orbit, and we are trying to slowly change our phase angle to get Dres closer to us. This is a slow and tedious operation. And I'm just trying to be patient about it. I'm glad you showed up because I could really use somebody to talk to. That said, we're about to hit retrograde pointing, so I will have to do business. And right now what we're going to see is if Dres is in front of or behind us. We're doing classic binary search tactics here. We're currently changing our phase by 5 degrees per orbit, and the moment Dres is behind us, we're going to reverse that to negative 2.5 degrees. Or maybe just negative 2. Haven't decided. Kind of want to end it with a reasonable amount. I do dual boot. They're physically different hard drives, but yeah. Okay, we should expect the rest to appear and for us to notice it soon. Whoa, 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 whoa! Can't help but notice Dres is moving very fast. That is interesting. I think we're close. In fact, we're so close, I'm considering going down to 2 degrees now without changing direction. That might actually save fuel. So let's do that. So if we want to go from 5 degrees pitch down to 2 degrees pitch down, we want a targeted periapsis of that. Is our altitude still correct? 4056. Okay, we're not perfectly aligned. We'll just have to adjust that as we go. Put this here before I forget. Put that there. 568 is good. 829 is good. Pitch down 2 degrees. Targetable periapsis is 402235. Put that here. Target velocity is 5338.3. If we can't do something about our apoapsis position. That looks good. Okay, 5338.3. Okay, so now we are still increasing our phase relative to, like, increasing is make forward happen for us by 2 degrees instead of 5. We are now going to have really good feedback on what Dress is doing. Now, that said, with Dress being this close, I would like to try and make a detour. I can't make a detour because I could make a detour. We'd have to ignore our heading and just focus on our altimeter. But we could do it. Just a quick fix to our inclination. I don't mean to alarm you and make you think that this is the only thing we've done today. We've also did an entire Minmus mission and found a mysterious anomaly of the green variety. Okay. Dress is moving to the left. We want to move to the left. Okay, how long am I going to do this burn for? I'm going to play it safe and say... Let's just do 20 seconds like last time. Seconds. Then we see what Dress does. It's still moving left. We have not overdone it. It's moving straight down. Okay, it moved a little bit, but that's actually very good. As far as a complete planetary inclination, that's fine. We have lost our bearing. But we do know that our bearing should happen when we reach our apoapsis, which is approximately 40568 million. So all we got to do is wait on that number and then reorient. Now, the inclination burn might have adjusted it to be imperfect, but we'll know when we get close. A lot of factors, a lot of numbers, a lot of considerations. We don't care about our facing angle on the camera. I can do this. independent of anything going on right now, I believe Pianui has just started a stream. General status of everything, we are definitely past the halfway point and are now ascending. Again, we're looking vaguely for a number in the 405 category. And at the rate we're climbing, I expect to get there in like 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, we are about to arrive at our target destination, and we'll just sort of see where the timer stops. We're expecting 568. It could be a little different because we did do an inclination change, and I'm not too precise on those. Ideally, an inclination change would not change our apo or periapsis, but I didn't do it cleanly. It was entirely sloppy. Five, 6, 8. Incredible. That actually went quite well. Okay, where's Dress? He's in Dress in front of us. Oh, what the heck? Okay, it would appear that Dress is in line with us, which is wild. I think at this point we need to circularize. Like, that would be the responsible thing to do. And then go around to... like, capture at a point where it's actually at our altitude. So for 40568, we are expecting a velocity of 5349.7. That is not a lot at all. Now, due to the unfortunate nature of the problem, and the nature of the problem being that dress is in line with us wherever we put it. Where did we put it? Where'd dress go? Wait, what? Oh, okay. No, the problem... I see. I was in my inclination orientation, but I was using that as my forward. Okay. In truth, dress is behind us, which is actually fine. So, at 2 degrees, we went in front of it. We are now circularized. Noticeably, it's also below us. Didn't really expect that. Okay, so we are still at 40568. Go to our phase aligner. We did 2 degrees of down. Now let's do 1 degree of up. So we want the target apoapsis now. Here. Wrong button. Here. Target velocity is 5368.2 then. Good. Now we have our orientation. Let's just follow and watch dress. Make sure it doesn't do anything sneaky. Okay, current behavior does not look like it is pulling a sneak. We'll have to watch out for it once we get back. And I won't do any inclination changes just because I think it's close enough. If you're wondering what I'm up to, I'm trying to like sneak my way into Pianui's chat. To just sort of like friendly communicate while things are going on. Yeah, I figure stream hasn't started for Pianui. It's mostly just text communication. I can handle that. I should probably actually pay attention to what's going on. There's nothing going on. That's the trouble with this stream theories, is that at some point you got to go interplanetary, and once you're interplanetary, not a lot goes on per unit time. We're just sort of sitting here waiting for things to happen. Though I suppose that's the benefit of a stream. There's an expectation of it being not very edited. You know, because it's live. Can you edit a live thing? I guess that's what... That kind of happens. You can compose things. If you put the live thing in a buffer and make it slightly less live, you can, like, secretly cut out, like, you can add beeps if somebody swears or something to TV, maybe. Probably like emergency procedures like that. Good old planets below us. So we are now in a higher orbit than Dress, trying to see exactly where things line up. Frankly, we were pretty close to Dress before we did this 2-degree thing. I suspect that we're going to have to just... We could Xenos this. We could totally Xenos this. If Dress is still behind us at the end of this orbit, I can go down to 0.5, and then 0.25, and then 0.125, and we can Xenos in. That's basically what the plan was, but now I'm realizing I can just do that. And this will perfectly align us to a particular alignment in Dress's orbit. The problem being, it's not actually the one we want. But if we're close enough, it might not matter. Once again, I can look up above and I can see Jewel and I can see its individual moons in motion. The slight discoloration. Fun fact, this is kind of how you discover planets around stars sometimes. There are many methods, but one of them is just waiting for the planets to obstruct the star slightly, and then measure the timings that it gets obstructed to figure out the orbits and stuff. Classic method. Personally, one of my more preferred methods. Hey, there's Dress. Currently still reorienting to forward, but right now Dress is looking solidly in a direction. Our orientation does not corroborate anything, except... Okay, Dress is solidly behind us right now, but we expect this. Because we're trying to go to the forward edge of the epicenter, the epicycle. And right before that point, Dress is under us and is therefore moving faster. Which is corroborated by the fact that while we're in this camera view, Dress is descending in frame. Well, out of frame. In the frame that it is in right now. Which implies it's lowering or accelerate, or not, well, I mean, it is accelerating because it's increasing in velocity. I don't mean to imply that it's got like a thruster booster engine on it doing a wacky thing. Pianui's gotten to the talking portion of the stream, so I can no longer follow along because I'm not listening to the Pianui's stream. Okay, so this is going to be an interesting question. Will Dress be ahead of or behind us? Getting to the critical point, and that critical point is going to be, does it pass the sun line? Got some speed behind it. It's not going to make it. It didn't make it. Dress is still behind us. Okay. Fascinating. All right. So from here, our new sort of vague operating position. Let me just sort of correct the variables a little bit. Okay. So we need to slow down, but not by much. The number we're working with is changed to 40569. We shall adjust that so it's reflected in our numbers here. But for the most part, okay, we now need to go to 0.5, and we are still in front of it, so we want target apoapsis of this. Put that here. Target velocity is 5363.2. Decelerate now. Okay, welcome to Zeno's Paradox. We are going to have to PID loop this eventually, but for the right now, I think this should still be fine. So we will now be adjusting half a degree to see if dress goes in front of us. Let us begin. We're gonna have to fix that inclination at some point as well. And again, maybe we aren't. Either way, this feels like we've gotten to a better step in the process. Like, this no longer feels like the first dress mission. It feels like the first Duna mission. I feel like with just a little bit of commitment and refinement, we can make it. We're so close. We're on the edge of the epicycle. We're just refining it a little more. And theoretically, if we can get to a point where Dress is like perfectly to our side, we can just try and match its velocity, and then we'll both be sort of pushed together by just a general inclination alignment. That's a bit of a gamble, but it could work. And again, it's probably got like some crazy speed. We'd rather do it in the gravity well. Actually, could we use the velocity we have at the moment we enter the gravity well as an estimate to figure out its inclination? Not inclination, eccentricity. Well, okay. We'd have to zero one of them out to get the other. But I'm thinking if we zeroed inclination, the excess velocity would be the difference as like a proper vector between circular velocity and its actual velocity, which we could then use to, I don't know, simulate its eccentricity from that. There's a calculation you can do. I think if we're this close, we may want to use an orbit or two to further refine its semi-major axis. I know this will take more time, but we gotta take the time to do the time. I don't know how well we can fix our inclination past this. It's pretty subtle. I really do think I want to do the get the rest to one of our sides and then do the match velocity trick. We'd have to really make sure it's to one of our sides. If I actually make it to dress, what am I going to use for the stream thumbnail? I've got the cool picture of the monolith, but if I land on dress, that's important. Even if I get near dress. Actually, do I have the thrust to get on dress? I don't have a good sense of how big dress is. In my mind, it's like moon sized. Maybe a little bigger. I think the only things that are like on the level of Kerbin's mass is literally Jewel itself, Eve, and one of the moons of Jewel. I'm guessing, I don't know the mass and parameters of the rest. We're doing this mission to find out those things. But I suspect it's somewhere between the moon and Duna. And if that's the case, I'm not sure if we have the fuel to land. Because the moon is light, Duna has an atmosphere, so you don't have to try. It's going to be hard for me to tell. Well, ignoring that problem for the moment, we are about to complete our orbit. Where is Thres? It is below us, and it seems like it will reach past us. Interesting that it's blinking. Okay, so it is in front of us once again. Which implies to me that we want our next phase alignment to be 0.025, targeting periapsis. Our altitude is the same. Target velocity is 5355.8. And we want to slow down. To confirm dress it, yes, dress is in front of us. And for this one, I'm going to refrain from moving the camera because I want to see, like, if the drift is real. So there we are, and launch. And we'll see what happens. I've already messed up my alignment. Oh well. It would probably move to an extreme degree anyway. I got paranoid for a second that I was subjected to the glitch where the flares and text appears on the exact opposite side of the camera due to the fact that there's no, like, behind plane culling or anything. But then I remembered that that only applies to the debris and vessels, not to the celestial objects. Not to the planets and moons. Which is a relief. That would have driven me insane. We are aligned for retrograde. Yes, okay. Sanity check. Had to make sure. And free camera mode is useful. Maybe I need to start worrying about the time for scheduling another thing. Let me check the time on the tournament. Okay, less than 3 hours, and I need to start the Fight Club before that. So let's say we got an hour and 40-ish minutes remaining, and then we'll just align to the hour, and then there's a 1 hour grace period maybe. I don't need that much time to start the Fight Club. I do need to make sure I do like the post-stream, like stream wrap-up stuff. So maybe we could push it to like the half-hour mark. But like worst case scenario, I got like 2 hours. Or like an hour and a half. Man, I am a busy person. Exciting. I got like stuff to do. This is weird for me. I haven't been measuring the time it takes for any one of these orbits. If I did, I could maybe estimate how many orbits of budget I have before I'd have to stop. Meanwhile, where's Dress? Should be vaguely behind and below us right now. Yep, there it is. With the ship flipping to pro and retrograde all a lot, I sort of lose my sense of which way prograde is. Trick is to watch the stars. So it's looking like it's gonna be close, as always. We are getting closer, that just makes sense. Big question is, when do we think we want to make a move? Here it comes. And it is behind us. Okay, so I'm a little paranoid. I think we might be entering like orbital drift zone. So I'm going to sanity check. I think it's close enough that we're not getting the glare. That's that flickering. Question is, do I make a move? I don't think I do. I think we're already... Are we? We're targeting 40754, and in the phase aligner, that was periapsis, which means it was in front of us last time. So then I'll target the apoapsis and go down to a pitch of 1.25. You don't see this, but I see this. So we go there. We do a target apoapsis of 4086835 for a target of 5359.5. Okay, we're starting to get into the real weeds of this. It might be more responsible for us to start doing this in terms of velocity, because I don't think the phase angle notion is going to work if we're just having like orbital drift. So let's try it. This time, I'm keeping the alignment. Camera alignment is going to be steady. We are going to see what happens. I want to know absolutely if it's going above or below. This is getting spooky. And I would love to turn off the spooky music, but unfortunately I'm locked in. I need to keep this alignment, so we're just gonna have to endure the spooky music. I think I've run out of things to talk about. My apologies. I'm not going to let it get to me, though, because if I let it get to me, I'm going to do something silly, and we are going to ruin the dress mission like we did the last one. Even if nothing happens, we got to make this happen. Feels like it's taking longer. Then again, it's entirely possible that I just, like, foolhardily missed it, and we've actually done, like, 1 3/4 rotation so far. That's gonna mess up my calculations. I'm gonna assume that I didn't do that. I'm gonna just assume that this is feeling like it's taking longer than ever before. Camera has shifted slightly, but it was like a horizontal shift, so I think it'll still be fine. We're here. Why is dress nowhere to be seen? Oh, it's up there. And it's ascending, so I missed it. But also, critically, it's... Okay, it is behind us. It is behind us. It was behind us before. But it is further along in its track than the last time we were here, I think. Because it's above us now. And if that's the case, then it's getting through its orbit faster than us. So positionally, this is working out. Okay. I'm going to pull some stunts. I'm going to do another orbit. But this time, we're going to try and see, because if it's slowly moving forward, there should be a point where in a orbit of a kind, it moves alongside us, and then I can pull the stunt. So I'm going to do another orbit. No changes. Because we're in front of it and it's catching up. But like before we get to proper one orbit, I'm going to take a manual look and see what Dres is doing. And then from there, we can make some decisions. It really feels like it's taken forever now. I need conversations, I need subjects, I need something. I don't know if I need I mean, there are orbits. They're kind of donut shaped if you think about it. I'll take it though. You have given me it. You have given me stimulation. I can now contemplate things. I can now say words. I can respond to things. I am not necessarily a raw comedian in myself. I need to react, respond. I add. I'm like playing tennis. You said one word and now I have so many things to say. It's great. This is how it works. I know, but I did that already, and I ran out of thing. This is just a slow and steady process that just occurs. I'm trying my best with it. I did consider doing the blueprints doodle thing, but I really cannot afford to miss the important moments in between all the waiting here. It would be funny if I were playing just like 2 different copies of Kerbal Space Program at the same time. Okay, so we're like vaguely getting to the point. Dres is... Where is Dres? That should be behind us, yeah? Yeah, it is. Okay. So... we're going to try and keep this orbit until Dres appears to, like, very explicitly one side of us. Then we're going to try and match velocity on our orbital plane. And then just let the inclination move us over. Frankly, this is a bad plan. I should just fix the inclination when I have the opportunity. Hold. Okay, Dres is still behind us. But not by much. Proceed with this orbit, but I am going to try to, if I get the opportunity, fix the inclination. That'll make what we're doing a whole lot easier if I can do that. Unfortunately, our inclinations are already so close together that most of the perceived change in direction is purely because of just the increasing distance going to the vanishing point. That I can work with. It is barely going the other way, I think. Okay, I'm going to burn for 10 seconds. Just a simple, short one. Hopefully that did not ruin anything. We're now going to have to manually watch Dres for the rest of the orbit for the point where I think I might have overcorrected or misinterpreted or something. It's really hard to tell. I'm going to do a 5-second burn this way. Another 5. Another 5. Okay, I'm feeling really confident with this alignment. I think I've got something good here. Using the Z fighting on the shadows on the radiator to get a really good grasp of what is and is not parallel to down. I'm gonna do 10 seconds this way. Another one. It'll have to do for now. Now we just wait for the classic alignment that we've come to expect. It should be coming soon. Oh man. Okay. This could be our moment. If we do the match velocity plan, this could, like, be incredible. So here's what I'm going to do. Assumedly, we are in a vaguely identical period orbit to Dress. If I boost radial out for a long enough time, we should get to a point where Dress does not look like it's moving relative to us. Once that happens, it should be just about the same orbit, with the only difference being the inclination, and that will have to cross at some point. So we do this. It could work. If it doesn't work, we've ruined this orbit and this entire attempt. I'm going for it. I'm going to burn for 30 seconds. We're going to time warp and then see what Dress does. Okay. Is Dress moving? Yes, very much. Okay, I'm going to boost for a minute. I think we're at 45 seconds. Okay. What's Dress doing? Dress is ascending. Okay. Another 30 seconds. Okay, what Dress doing? Dress is descending. Okay, quick radial down then. I'm gonna go for 15 seconds. Just to sort of counterbalance. I've lost track of time. Stop there. Okay, what's Dress doing? Dress is ascending again. Okay. How about we do 10 seconds? Stopped it a little short, intentionally. Dress is descending barely. Okay, how about we do 5 seconds? What just doing? Barely moving away. Let's do like 3 seconds. Just going like down relative to the frame. Okay, let's do 2 seconds. Okay. Still a little down. Let's just do like a 1 second burst. And now dress is ascending. Let's do a little bit of a short, less than a second burst. For us to settle in. Barely up still. It's getting a little more extreme up. Let's do... This is going reasonably down. Flip over. A really short burst. That's not a direction I'm operating with intentionally. I guess I might have to. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna do a short burst this way. Little more. Okay, it seems like that was a little too much. Oh! 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 We did it! We did it! I can't believe that worked! Okay, I knew the theory was sound, but I had no reason to believe I had the precision to pull that off. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Okay, alright, okay. Alright. Hello and welcome to Dress. We are descending rapidly. That's probably a good thing, though. Let's get closer to Dress and start to deal with our orbit. I don't think... Okay, it's looking like we have a good bit of lateral movement, so we will probably not be on a collision course, but... Oh, man. Oh, man, okay. Alright, okay. Oh, there it is. All dresular. Alright, we are reaching... Periapsis just about now. Okay, we are currently at a velocity of about 200. It seemed like our excess velocity near the top was 80. Maybe I could use these two facts to sort of reverse engineer our circular velocity. Actually, hold on. I want to think about that for a second. Because in the escape calculation, this part up here denotes the escape velocity for a given altitude. And that's going to be the square root of 2 ratio to the circular velocity at that same altitude. But we know that a particular excess velocity is given, and that the way to get the actual velocity to the escape velocity from the thing is... well, it's the Pythagorean theorem somehow. So if we had an excess velocity of around 80, and our current velocity is... well, it happens to be about 200. So I figure we could just do this. So let's just say... so reverse engineering, our target right now is 200. Our excess was like, I'm going to say 90. Escape velocity is something. And then circular is like that escape divided by the square root of 2. So I'm not even going to do the actual calculation with the numbers. I'm just going to do this like internally. So this would be 200 times 200 minus 90 times 90 would give us our escape velocity squared. So I will just turn this into an equation. So then we want the square root of that. And that would say that our escape velocity is 178. So, if we then take that number and divide it by the square root of 2, circular velocity at this altitude should be 126. I think. Let's try it. Okay, now let's just, check our work a little bit. See how our altitude changes. Right now it's 1142. If we orbit around once, it should be something near that. A little off because I didn't exactly remember our excess. I gotta say, for just sort of like a spontaneously calculated value, going from 1, 1, 1046 to 1024 as an attempt at a circular orbit, I gotta say that's pretty good. I think my estimate was on par. Cool, so that's like the first mathematical trick we've used in a while. Great. So we're at December. We are at Dres, and we need to do stuff here. I would like, so our altitude right now is just about 1 million. If we get it ever so slightly shorter, I think that would be good for us. I don't know, given our current altitude and velocity, if we can get a 4-digit orbital velocity. If not, that's okay. We are going to have to eyeball this, though. So let's just go down to, let's say 120. See where that puts us. As long as it's under 1 million, I'm happy. It is, and let's just hope that we don't accidentally go wild here. It just so happens that this is a fairly polar orbit, which is making the camera be a little janky. So let's go back to auto for this. We don't need to know our heading. Okay, so we're absolutely not going to be getting an orbital velocity of a 4-digit number for this, and that's okay. Let's just boost radial in for a bit. This is going good now. Okay. We need to slow down slightly. How about we go to 185? I'm trying to be careful with this. I want to have the two values be as extreme from each other as possible, but both of them having as many digits in their value as possible as well. I think I'd like to see where the planet is, just to estimate range. Like on this side, I'd like something that's just barely under 1 million. And then on the other side, I'd like something that's barely above 100,000. Perfect. Okay, so from here, the closer we get, the less the periapsis changes. Let's go down to 120 again. Okay, you know what? Close enough. So we are still rising. I'm going to start the calculations here. 744, 745, 746. We are waiting for that number to stop going up. The first thing we're doing with this survey is we're trying to figure out the radius of Dred. 62, 63, 64, 65, 66. The delay between each number is increasing. really thinking it would go back down from that. It was 9.7. Okay. Let's start the radius survey. So we are starting at the apoapsis. We saw a maximum apoapsis of 933,797. With an error of 0.5. Velocity is and was throughout 119.9. An error of 0.05. Good. And we already know that our significant figures for this shall be 4. Limited by our velocity. So we just put that in right now. Now we go to periapsis and repeat this process. As always. Incidentally, this will put us at pretty much the prograde vector. In fact, I'm going to lock us to prograde so the ship doesn't flip out wildly. Okay, not as low as I was hoping, but I'd rather do this than crash into the planet. $25. 23. 22. We're close already. We expect the acceleration to change close to the planet, so that's not surprising. Okay, it was 22, and I never saw that thing go to 214.5. So these are our numbers. So it was 461,522. With an error of 0.5. A velocity of 214.4. And an error of 0.05 for an immediate estimate of a not very comfortable number. I mean, it's still pretty good. 137,700 meters with an error of 900. What happens if I make that error 5 illegally? Okay, so it's really close to the actual value. Interesting. Okay, for velocities of this nature, the closest comparable that we've got is maybe Ike. Maybe the moon. No, moon's way faster than this. For how little speed we're dealing with here, with these measurements, like on the scale of Ike, this is not too bad. Okay. What this tells me immediately, at least just in terms of like raw radius, is that we're dealing with an object that is ever so slightly larger than Ike. And it's actually even smaller than the moon, so shows what I know about this. So I think we're going to have to put in 137,700. Error of 900. Like, Maybe if I do this. I think I would like to do another survey with more extreme numbers. I'm going to go to the top of the orbit again, which was exactly 933797. And I'm going to lower our velocity to 110. Okay. So another run through. 0.5. This one is 110.0, 0.05. This will be restricted to 4 once more. I just want a second opinion. Another sample. So now we'll go to periapsis again, and we will see what we see. It will be a lower periapsis, it will be a higher speed. Maybe this will get me a bit more of an intuition. And let's hope we're not going to go on a collision course or anything. That would be painful. It's looking a little... It's not looking that close. We're mostly going sideways at this point. It's just spooky. '96, 95, 94, 93, 92, 91, 90, 89, 88, 87, 86, 85, 84, 85. Okay, so it was 84. So 325184. And I did not see the velocity tick up from 254.5. Put that in, and we now have, and this is kind of what I expected, slightly better numbers. 138,100, error of 500. Okay. I think that's enough data and number that I'm willing to put in 138,000 flat for the radius. Hey, what happens if I turn this into a 5 real quick? 530. Okay. What if it's a 3? Yeah, that makes sense. But if it's close to 100, error is 500. It's good enough. So let's say 138,100 in radius. 138,000. And then I'll mark that yellow. Actually, no, I'll mark it like lime-ish green. Because that's still a pretty good number. Okay, next up is using this. We want to do the... Oh, this is observation. Radius survey, we did that. We want to... Yeah, we want this. Yes, okay. So using our same orbital parameters, the mu determiner, I just have to go back and forth between these. That's a calculated value. Okay. So now we need to properly do this math here. So we need to determine a start time and an end time. I propose we do when the 3 becomes a 4. Okay. That'd be good enough for our estimates here. We're going to do a lot of orbits here. So year 344 42 3 1950. Okay. Then we're gonna do, let's, I don't know, like 10 orbits or something. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, you may not have seen that happen because I had to light up, but that's okay. The point is, I did 10 orbits, and now our time is year 344, 55, 523, 25. Again, 10 orbits. This would imply a semi-major of 21485, you know, this big old number, to be put right there. And given that's a number ever so slightly larger than Ike, I'm inclined to believe it. We'll give it about as equal billing as Ike, I suppose. Cool. Sphere of influence is not really something that we calculated that much, but for the most part, this is win. This is victory. This is triumph. This is success. And with all of those things that it is, let's do some science. Keep that for a second. Keep all these. Quite low for a planet, makes sense. Oh, interesting. It has stuff for all these locations individually. Let's check our energy. Electric's 815. This is 60. Should have enough. Good. 45. We should have enough. Okay, let's open up CurbNet. Let me check that magnetometer again. So we were above the poles. And this is space high overdress, so we don't have to worry about that anymore until we get closer, which we will. Right now we're looking for us to go over the poles and then run. Well, the only one that's going to change is going to be gravity. We do have to wait for the batteries to recharge. We got the RTG, but it's slow. Okay, we're over the Midlands now. Let's log that grav. Slow but steady trickle of science. So we got poles, we got Midlands. We saw the ridges for a second, then we missed it. Oh, ridges time. So we got poles, we got ridges, we got Midlands. All those are good. I think it's going to be mostly ridges and Midlands going forward. Then we get to like the equator. Then things maybe change. But lowlands. Great. So let's lower our field of view a bit. Yeah, there's a little bit of strip of lowlands. And then there's that big area, which might be more lowlands. And if so, oh well. Yeah, that's just lowlands. It'd be hard pressed to find anything else. Oh, what if we hit one of the craters? Impact crater! Fantastic. That was a lucky shot. I don't expect to get anything else in particular. Maybe a Highlands on some side of it. Who knows? We've got plenty of opportunities to sweep because we're in a vaguely polar orbit. As we get further away from the planet, field of view has to increase to be able to see in fidelity what we're looking at. Like this might be something. And more Midlands. There's some very, very varied altitude mid-length, which I assume is what the gradient's about. More poles. Ooh. Highlands! They're real. They are very real. Okay, so we got Highlands, and they're good, and that's good, and all that is good. I think if we want to get any more good data, we're going to need to get lower. Either the gravitometer needs to get lower, or the boom needs to get lower. So when we get to, let's just say whenever we get to one of the apses, I will intentionally lower our orbit a bit. Unless this is just good enough and I just got unlucky with the magnetometer boom. Let's try this. That low enough for you? Nope. Okay, in that case, let's get us retrograde and lower our orbit to something. And we can finally use our newly calculated values for this stuff. Let's do it. So, tres. So our altitude right now is 325,185. And let's say we want to go down to a target altitude of 100,000. Just to get that magnetometer, maybe the gravioli good. Target velocity is 177.5. We can do that. Let's do that. Too far. Good. And we'll see how accurate our calculator is. It doesn't need to be that accurate unless we really want to start doing some dress operations. But I don't think the nominal KSP mapless series is going to be making like space-based infrastructure like facility on dress and all that. Would be cool, but I kind of have a objective and a subjective deadline. That said, calculator's looking pretty on point. Look at that, off by 70 meters or so. Now let's see what the magnetometer says about this. This close enough for you? No. Frankly, that's a surprise. How low do we gotta be? Well, given our position right now of 100, 109, let's go down to 50. Target velocity is 282. Point 2. Ready on that boom. It's got secrets in it. Mysteries. I'm kind of just assuming there are no more biomes on Tres. I could be wrong, and if we missed them, that's unfortunate, but not catastrophically detrimental. And it looks like we've arrived. Okay. Boom it. Engage boom. Still high. I am flabbergasted by this vaguely. Well, nothing to do but get lower. 5132. Let's keep having it. 325.6. I think I would really like to do this again with somebody else. Like, one of us is mission control, one of us is piloting. It'd be exactly what I'm doing already, but... Oh, I've completely overshot this. Oops. I'm not paying attention to my numbers. We are currently on a collision course. Go back up to 325.6, please. There we go. Because I think it would be neat to be like mission control, running all the numbers and doing all the calculations, and then just relaying things like prograde, target velocity 325.7, etc. I think that'd be a fun way of doing it. Now, granted, I've already gotten the numbers involved here to like calculate them. But it's not like I'm gonna remember them if I don't have the data I've already logged. Maybe we do it with like a new system, like a modded system. New planets, new everything. Or maybe like a randomizer. And then we just sort of run through and like try it out. We get some measurements and do it. One of us is mission control, one of us pilots. I think that would be a nice thing. Either way, we got a mission to do, and I'm just sort of hypothesizing. Okay, we're sitting here at a periapsis of like 25 to 24 kilometers. It's gotta be in magnetometer range. There we go. A lot of words here. Trace magnetic fields are magnified by this sensitive instrument and measured in real time as you orbit your celestial body. Yeah, okay, never mind. That's just the normal thing it says. Transmit that, please. Now that we're low enough for the magnetometer to have opinions, will this have opinions? First off, log pressure data. Transmit that. Get to the other two. Just above. Okay, time for round 2. So there's one problem with this, and that's that we are going to be moving faster, so we don't have much time in each biome. So we have to be careful about it. We can get rid of the boom, doesn't matter. All we need now is CurbNet to tell us where we are, negative gravioli, and a general sense of what our battery charge is at. But it might mean that we are low on battery as we pass over a location, and therefore have to wait to come back another time. Especially at these, like, transitory sections. We have enough now. Log gravity data. This is... Oh, wait, no, of course, we're going back up. Oops. We need to circularize. Below 25,000, it seems. Seems to be the cutoff. I've seen how vaguely accurate our calculator is, so I'm not worried about this too much if I, like, crash into the planet. I won't. I trust the calculator. So let's see. 24370. Let's say 2400. 24,000, sorry. Let me show my work. Target is 363.6. Which stands to reason. Okay. That should do us, and now we sit back in science. We're over the lowlands right now. We already got the lowlands, though, so let's just keep going. Next target's probably the ridges, simply by what I'm understanding of the geology of the situation. Try and get that early so the battery has time to recharge. Transmit some of that. Good. We'll get some lowlands here. More ridges. So lowland and ridges are done. We're looking for midlands, islands, poles, impact crater. Oh, this one's going to be close. What do we have here? Midland. Highlands. Okay. Highlands are tough. So we'll get that. We'll transmit it. Maybe we'll have enough charge going into the... Okay, we can afford to do two. There's Midlands here. Log that. Transmit that. Then we'll have plenty of times over the very large poles in order to recharge. So then it should only be the impact crater, which is more of a statistical long shot of actually hitting it. Which we could skip if we feel so inclined. I mean, I'm willing to look for one. All goes to Midlands. They're pretty clear. Oh, is this one? Hard to tell. We may have missed it. I'm looking for a dark circle on the map somewhere vaguely near the equator. Oh, there's one, but we missed it. Oh, here's something. Oh, there's like that big canyon on Thres. We should scan that. I remembered it had that. For now, though, we're just circling. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Impact ejecta. Interesting. What's that look like? Oh, it's that, like, brighter ring. Interesting. And the center is just more ridges. Cool. I guess this crater is so old that it just became its own ridge area. Neat. There's an impact crater over there, which we're missing. Another one there. Very tiny bit of ejecta below us, I assume. Little dot. Ridge, mid, high, mid, back to the poles, going down for another loop. Mid-ridge lowland. Busy sector, but mostly biomes I've seen already. In fact, possibly exclusively biomes I've seen already. I didn't see any new ones. Oh, that's just some lowlands. Gotcha. It was enclosed, so I got interested. But I think what we're looking for is more specifically circular. There's more ejecta. Aha! There we go. Low impact crater. Okay, so now the only thing left that I imagine might be a biome is that cool canyon thing that Dress has, and I'm going to look for that one visually. Unfortunately, it might be in the shadow. It's like that's like the one major geological feature that Dress has. Like Duna's got its really big mountain thing. Moho has the Mohole. Dress has the big canyon thingy. Canyon thing that I am not finding. It must be on the other side. The dark side. But I suspect that that might be its own biome. For the most part, I'm just going to wait until it emerges from the shadow. Just wait till Drez spins. Does Drez have a spin? Is it tidally locked to the sun? That would stink if so. I don't know if there's like a generally accepted cool name for the big canyon or not. Like how the cool like sinkholes on the poles of Moho or the Moholes. I don't know if Tres has a dedicated name for the cool canyon that I've simply forgotten. You know, forgotten. How do I find it? Since I already went from high orbit to low orbit before getting the impact eject on the Gravioli, we're going to miss out on that because I don't feel like going back to get it, and that's okay. Oh, is that it? Emerging? It doesn't seem like it. Once we find the canyon, I plan on landing this vessel in the canyon, or at least nearby it, and declaring that mission success. Aha! That's looking pretty canyon. Oh yeah. I think that might be it. Okay, so since we're planning on landing there anyway, we don't have to worry too much about like CurbNet's integrity of system. So let's just see here. Canyons, beautiful. Begin landing sequence. Yeah, I'm winging it. What of it? If the nerves don't have the thrust, it'll probably have the thrust, considering this is something on the level of Ike. But if it doesn't have the thrust, it can simply stage, go to the upper with the lower mass. Feels like we're going to overshoot. On the way down, I'll need to remember to get Gravioli on the canyons. Wrong way. get ourselves going over the canyon. There we go. A little too far. We're still trying to do our best to hit our target, so I have no qualms with expending fuel for this purpose. Interesting that it's like highlands surrounding the canyons and not ridge. There is some ridge, but only in particular pockets. Surprisingly dense in terms of resource available, biome availability. We gotta arc ourselves a little bit more north just to go over the canyon. That should be enough. We are on course. And this is actually a position to land in that only this ship could do with its RTGs. Because we're not going to have much sunlight. But we should still have power, thanks to the Ertigas. Okay. Get ready on Gravioli. We'll have plenty of time, just remember to do it, Self. Think we're there. Nope, not yet. There we are. Okay, let us go to complete vertical descent. Lower our speed a little bit for safety. Into the shadows we go. Okay, I suspect that because we're landing into the canyon that our sea level is going to be pretty close, because the sea level on a planet with no sea is just the lowest altitude, as I understand it. Unless it's like Moho. I don't know how the Moho adjusts to it. Okay, it's about a 2-kilometer difference, which is honestly a lot more than I was expecting. Though maybe the canyon goes deeper in parts. Still, though, everything is ready to go for a nominal landing in this canyon. CurbNet will be of little help here. I am concerned about just landing gear clearance. Like, I don't know if I can land on these 4 nerves on a planet this large. I could do it on Minmus, but even then I opted against it. So I think I will stage. That should blow up cleanly. Did blow up cleanly. It did bounce, but it should be fine. Oh, yeah, this is a lot more of a hill than I was expecting. I'm glad I got that reaction wheel on there in the redesign. Well, we're here. Let's do some science before we find a better landing spot. Log temperature. Transmit that. Log pressure data. Transmit that. Very good. Log seismic. Periodic bombardments causing slight vibrations. Interesting. Cool. Now the boom doesn't work landed, so we're not missing out there. Gravity data. Sensors measure the local gravity in... Yeah, okay, that's just the default message. I think we got enough. Great. Okay. So I think our best odds is maybe this part that seems to have a bit more settled soil on it. Stella, hello! We have just landed on Dreth, which, if you need a real-world analog, is pretty much Ceres. Without a map. We just landed this probe after getting the astrometric data of its surroundings, minus the sphere of influence. That is a thing we're lacking. But also it's a thing we don't really care about. Turns out this thing has a mass slightly, like, less than the moon. Not half the moon, a bit more than half the moon. As far as our measurements are concerned. In case you were wondering. And now I'm trying to, like, do a little hop to get to a landing site that isn't so much on a crazy steep hill. That's pretty much what's going on. That said, I am considering launching this thing into space wildly for the express purpose of getting that sphere of influence measurement, even though it is, like, the least important thing I could possibly be getting right now. I don't need CurbNet. There's no resolution here. We're already on the ground. I've achieved liftoff. I've achieved landing. Why are so many people showing up at the same time? Not the point. The point is, we're basically on Kerbin's equivalent of Ceres, and I got there with no freaking map. Let me press the map button. That's what happens. Nothing. And we just got here. This is the most difficult task I've done so far. In no small part because this thing's orbit was eccentric and inclined as all heck, and it's really small. Okay, this is a much better landing site. Let's just pop this down, rename it to something that's thematically appropriate, and declare victory on all fronts. Beautiful. Okay, let's classic rename this. The dragster has made its place in history. This is now... What do we name this place? We need a name for this location. I like to name the locations that I land in, like, real-world locations. I do not want to call this the Grand Canyon, even though I should really call it the Grand Canyon. What's another canyon? Preferably one that isn't just has the word canyon in it. I'm going to the Wikipedia article list of canyons. I know that this is the biggest canyon in the Kerbolar system, but we can't call it that. Okay, what continent should we be going here for? South Africa's got some canyons. There are other countries that got canyons in Africa. America has some canyons. It's got the Grand Canyon. Actually, you know what? We could do an ocean trench just to be ironic about it. I named the place on the moon or something after a fake continent before people knew Antarctica existed. Let's do an ocean trench. Preferably not Marianas because that one's way too well known. We wanna represent like underappreciated trenches. Okay, oceanic trench. Is there a list of oceanic trenches? Does Wikipedia have a list? There are. It does have a list in the regular. Okay, so deepest Marianas. There's Tonga, Philippine, Kuril Kamchatka, Kermadec, Izubonin, also known as Izu Ogasawara, New Britain, Puerto Rico. Okay, they mostly appear to be named after a place that's nearby them. We gotta get one that's really, like, far away from land. Then they'd have to make up a name for it. Even the Mariana was named after the Mariana Islands. South Sandwich. Oh, I just found it on the list. East of the South Sandwich Islands. You know what? Welcome. Locking it in. This is the South Sandwich Canyon relay. Now, normally when naming a location, most of the places we've named have been on manned missions. I am not sending a manned unit all the way here just to plant a flag to name it. I'm naming it without it. We'll eventually probably do manned missions when I'm testing out like the ability to, because I've been calculating orbital parameters and stuff. I want to like flex my muscles at doing a whole planned trip, calculating delta V budgets and stuff for like going there and returning. I think that would be cool, but I'm waiting a bit to like finally survey the system. So welcome to South Sandwich Canyon Relay and South Sandwich Canyon in general. Pretty good. Pretty good. All right, fantastic. This is unquestionably a victory. I'm going to forego. We found an anomaly early in the stream. That will be the thumbnail to help keep the ambiguousness of whether I succeed or not intact. We're going to have some narrative tension. But I need to start the Rubicon Fight Club in less than an hour, I think. Otherwise, we're going to have problems in 25 hours with scheduling conflicts with a tournament. So I'm going to end this here relatively quickly and with great speed. I'm glad people were able to show up in the final seconds to celebrate my grand accomplishment. Thank you for showing up for it. It's been 5 hours, and they were hours well spent. A lot of isolation, but not at the end of it all. Thank you. I'm Exception. This is In TV. Have a good day, and good night.